number of rounds on beads is necessary for everyone, even a Paramahamsa. Madhavendra Puri left the temple and sat down in the village marketplace, which was vacant. Sitting there, he began to chant. In the meantime, the temple priest laid the deity down to rest. Although Madhavendra Puri was not interested in eating and sleeping, his interest in chanting the Mahamantra was as acute as if he were an aspiring transcendentalist rather than a Paramahamsa. This means that even in the Paramahamsa stage, one cannot give up chanting. Haridas Thakur and the Goswamis were all engaged in chanting a fixed number of rounds. Therefore, chanting on beats is very important for everyone, even though one may become a Paramahamsa. This chanting can be executed anywhere, either inside or outside the temple. Madhavendra Puri even sat down in the vacant marketplace to perform his chanting, as stated by Srinivasacharya in his prayers to the Goswamis. Namagana Nati Didi. A Paramahamsa devotee is always engaged in chanting and rendering loving service to the Lord. From the Sri Caitanya Caritamrita, Madhya Lila 4.125. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Bahu Janma Karyari Shar Vikirtanam. Abdulkhana Pai Krishna Padi Prema Dana. One is infested with any of the 10 offenses against the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, despite his endeavor to chant the holy name for many, many births, will not get the love of Godhead, which is the ultimate goal of the chanting. The 10 offenses are as follows. Number 1. Blessed the devotees who dedicate their lives to propagation of holy names of the Lord. 2. Consider the names of demigods that Lord Shiva or Lord Maharaj to be equal to in the name of Lord Vishnu. 3. Disobeying the orders of the spiritual master. 4. Blaspheme Vedic literature or worship of Krishna as a Vedic religion. 5. Consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna as a meditation. 6. Use them on meditation of the Lord as the Lord of the Lord. 7. Commit sinful activities on the strength of the holy name. 8. Consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as God's ritualistic activities also in the Vedic spiritual activities for Ananda. 9. To instruct the faithless person about the glory of the holy name. And 10. To promote complete faith in chanting all holy names. To maintain material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on the matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. So any devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against these in order to quickly achieve the desired success, which is training. Let's take this moment to offer our most respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord who are just like desire trees, for they can fulfill desires of everyone and are full of compassion for all the forms and conditions of
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram
Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Oh, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare
Bhagavatam
Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakati Shadma. Shri Guru Charana Kevala Bhakati Shadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando Mui Savadhana Mate. Bando moe savadhana mate. Yara prashade bai e bhavatoriya jai. Yara prashade bai Krishna prapti haya hate. Krishna prapti haya hate. Guru mukha padama vakya chite te koriya akya. Mukha padama vakya chite te koriya akya. Guru mukha padama vakya chite te koriya akya. Arna kori ho mane asha. Arna kori ho mane asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati. Ye prashade purisava asha. Ye prashade purisava asha. Dandi loje janme prabhu se. Chaku dandi loje janme prabhu se. Divya gyan hride prakasito. Divya gyan hride prakasito. Prema bhakti jayate avidya vinyasa jayate. Prema bhakti jayate avidya vinyasa jayate. Vedegay jahara charito. Vedegay jahara charito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Lokanath Lokira Jivana. Lokanath Lokira Jivana. Ha ha Prabhu Korodaya Deha More Parachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Korodaya Deha More Parachaya. Ha Prabhu Korodaya Deha More Parachaya. Ibija Suju Sukri Bhuvana. Ibija Suju Sukri Bhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Niversesha Shunyavadi Paschatyarishatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivasesha Shunyavadi Paschatyarisha. Jai Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Sati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Radha Govardhan Dari Radha Govardhan Dari Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govardhan Dari Radha Govardhan Dari Radha Govardhan Dari Shri Radhe. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Emanates. By him, ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master, the ocean of mercy, friend of the world and the master of the world. Our master, the master of the world, give us the shedding their rivers. Your flame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter of your lotus feet. Chila Prabhupada,
Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Balaba Giri Baradhari Gopi Jana Balaba Giri Baradhari Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Balaba Giri Baradhari Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Balaba Giri Baradhari Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Balaba Giri Baradhari Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yasoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vonachari Yamuna Tira Vonachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yasodhanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yasodhanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vonachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnu Pada Paramahansa Paribrajikacharya Stotara Sata Shat Shri Srimad Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnu Pada Paramahansa Paribrajikacharya Stotara Sata Shri Srimad Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Navandavati Dham Ki Jai. Navadvip Dham Ki Jai. Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Shri Shri Navadvip Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Maya Ki Jai. Gaur Premanandi Hari Bol. Shama Veda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Narayanam Namaskritam Naram Charam Chaivam Narotaram Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Udirayat Nasta Prayeshu Abhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Uttama Shloke Bhakti Bhavati Naishtiki. Reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 12th chapter, 19th verse. Is that correct? 19th verse? Okay. Tapasaiva param jyotir Bhagavantam adokshajam Sarvabhuta guhavasam Anjasa vindate bhuman Tapasaiva param jyotir Bhagavantam adokshajam Sarvabhuta guhavasam Anjasa vindate puman. Tapasaiva param jyotir. Bhagavantam adhoksajam. Sarvabhuta guhavasam. Anjasa vindate paman. Tapasa, by penance. Eva, only. Param, the supreme. Jyotihi, light. Bhagavantam, unto the personality of Godhead. Adhokshajam, he who is beyond the approach of the senses. Sarvabhuta guhavasam, residing in the heart of all living entities. Anjasa, completely. Vindate, can know. Puman, a person. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. By penance only, one can even approach the personality of Godhead, who is within the heart of every living entity, and at the same time beyond the reach of all senses, responsively. By penance only, one can even approach the personality of Godhead, who is within the heart of every living entity, and at the same time beyond the reach of all senses. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Rudra was advised by Brahma to perform penance as an example to his sons and followers that penance is necessary for attaining the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the common mass of people follow the path shown by an authority. Thus, Brahma, disgusted with the Rudra generations and afraid of being devoured by the increase of population, asked Rudra to stop producing such unwanted generation and to take to penance for attaining the favor of the Supreme Lord. We find, therefore, in pictures that Rudra is always sitting in meditation for the attainment of the favor of the Lord. Indirectly, the sons and followers of Rudra are advised to stop the business of annihilation, following the Rudra principle while the peaceful creation of Brahma is going on. The verse again, by penance only, one can approach the personality of Godhead, who is within the heart of every living entity, and at the same time beyond the reach of all senses. Agena Purandasya Gananan Shampatam Bhati. Real penance is what we're all engaged in. And following the 4 regulative principles, no meat eating, no gambling, no illicit sex, and no intoxication, that is a form of penance. People are often surprised that we're very happy and very full of music and have good food, and at the same time we're involved in penance. We don't have intoxication, we don't believe in illicit sex or meat eating or gambling. So it is by penance that we're actually here, and these instructions to even Brahma had to undergo a lot of penance to create the material world. It is often said that poverty is the wealth of the Brahmins. So penance sometimes involves austerity, and it is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Yasyaham, one can be favored by Krishna only if Krishna takes everything away from him. Yasyaham anugranami, everything is taken away. Shruti Kirti once told that Prabhupada that he was going to leave his service. He was doing massage and he was doing some personal service for him. And Srila Prabhupada asked him, why are you leaving? And he said, well, I just want to sing and dance like those people. So there was a kirtan going on with a lot of singing and dancing. And Prabhupada said, yes, they are singing and dancing, but you are doing something. So he was indicating that he was very disturbed by the fact that Shruti Kirti was planning on leaving. It is very difficult to understand some things about Lord Brahma, even though Lord Brahma is the center of the universe, the supreme Godhead, the creator God. But there's an incident even where he was lusting after his own daughter in another kalpa. And this was questioned by one of the devotees. How could, if he's the head of our sampradaya and such an elevated person, how could he have lust in his heart for his own daughter? Of course, later on, Lord Rama renounced that position and gave up that material body. But it was a very mysterious thing how even a great demigod like Lord Rama can have fall downs, temporary fall downs at least. So penance is very important, and it is because of penance that in the beginning of Krishna consciousness, many parents were unhappy with their children taken to Krishna consciousness because they had given up drinking wine and beer, and they had just given up everything for the sake of chanting, so that they thought they were very strange. So there was one girl, we'll call her Miss K, I don't remember all the details exactly, but I'll do my very best, who joined the movement when she was 19 years old. And that was in about 1970, 69, 70. And I had just returned from England and sat down into my office, and I got a telephone call from the head of the community in Los Angeles, saying that I sort of said part of her name, Mrs. K has been kidnapped. And it was a very strange thing. I said, how is that possible? And he said that she was kidnapped by her own parents. So to go to the backstory to this is that Miss K had phoned me and said that my parents want to see me. They lived in Pasadena, California. It's kind of a suburb of Los Angeles. You may have heard of it, the Pasadena Road Parade. It's known as a very conservative area, but it's not far from Los Angeles. So he said, well, we should go there right away. So he came to collect me in his car. It was not very far away, and it was an orange-colored Datsun of that year or year before, and we drove out to the house, and that there was no sign of life in the house. And what had happened was that this Miss K had gone to the house on the pretext that her mother's her grandmother, was very sick, and they had to go, and she had to go and see her before she possibly expired or something, if she was very ill. So when she asked me if it would be a good thing to go, she was kind of doubtful, because she said that that she had invited her parents to come and visit her several times, but they had never come. They were strict. I don't know if they were strict, but they were very committed Roman Catholics. And but I mentioned to her that if you stay with your fiance at every moment, I think it'd be safe. So she went to the door with her fiance, and the mother came to the door and looked at the fiance and said, "I just want to talk with my daughter for a few moments alone. I won't be for more than a few moments. Do you mind?" And he very grudgingly didn't follow my advice, but went back to his car, which was out front of the house, and watched and saw. And then she went into the house, and the first thing she said is, "Where's Granny?" And the mother, who had been crying, or apparently crying, manifesting alligator tears, said that, well, she's still in hospital. We'll have to go and see her there. She's in the intensive care unit. And then Mrs. K kind of knew that something was suspicious, something was wrong. So she started to leave and go out the door and to join her fiance. And her fiance saw that as she was stepping out of the front door, several hands grabbed her and pulled her back in. He didn't know what exactly was happening, so she didn't have much choice. But that we found out later what was happening was that they spirited her out the back door. There was a back door to that house, and sat her down and sat on, and her brother-in-law, her sister's brother, who sat on her to make sure that she wouldn't escape, and they drove off. And just before this happened, the brother-in-law had come out to the car of Miss K's fiance, and tried to disable the car by pulling out the distributor caps, but he was unsuccessful, and he went back in the house to join the party. The party was engaged at that time in holding her down and spiriting her out the back door to the car. So he went, knocked on the door, and there was no answer. So it was, and these were the days, and it was about in 1969 or 1970, 1971. There was no, I don't remember the exact year, but there was no cell phones in those days. So the fiance looked for everything was dark and in the house. It was getting to be late at night. It was a Saturday night, and it was becoming dusk, and it was becoming dark. And so he looked for a telephone, and the first telephone booth he found was where he made his phone call. And fortunately, he had a couple of coins and put in the phone, and then he phoned the temple to say what had happened. So the head of the temple and I drove out there in the same car, trying to find out what had happened. And then he mentioned that what had happened, that he had driven off, and the head of the temple said that we should stay there and as vigilantes guard the house. So so then he phoned another person who was at the temple, so there would be a constant, and who would come out in his car, so there would be a constant vigilante in front of the temple, in front of the house, to see that what was going on. But the house remained dark and unanswerable, and there were no lights on it, and it had gotten quite dark outside. So the head of the temple and I had the first shift of the vigilante thing. We didn't stay there very long, about 20 minutes, and then we drove to the suburb of Pasadena that we were in was called Arcadia, California. So we went to the local police station and told the desk sergeant that we wanted to report a kidnapping. And so when we told him what had happened, and he said, "Well, how could a person be kidnapped by their own parents?" And he said, "If that happened to my daughter or son, I would have done the same thing. I would have taken her out of misery." So we didn't know exactly what happened. So we said, "Well, what?" But she was kidnapped. She was taken against her will. And he said, he said, well, I can't accept this. If you put it in writing, maybe I can think about it. So then we were looking for a phone to call our lawyer to ask what to do. And when we finally, it was getting to be late at night, so we had to call him at home because it was dark and he was finished with working. So he reluctantly told us that we had a right to file a complaint, but it would have to be done in writing, and it would have to be done in triplicate, in three copies. So we didn't have any paper, we didn't have any pencils, and we didn't know what to do. So we looked around. It was getting to be Saturday night, so we drove around this little suburb, and then we drove into Pasadena, and finally found a department, a big store like Kohl's or Woolworths or something like that. I forget the name of it. And we went inside, and fortunately they had a stationery department. And in the stationery department, we managed to find enough paper to write this complaint out in triplicate, and enough pencils and pencil sharpener to write it out. So we drove back to the house, armed with our paper and pencils and carbon paper, and started to write a very detailed complaint. It ended up being about 3 pages long to explain everything that happened. And then we went back to the police station and gave it to the desk sergeant, and he reluctantly accepted. He said, "Well," he said, "I can't do anything, but I have to accept." And the lawyer had told us that we could even protest in front of the house if we wanted to. So we thought, well, our mission was accomplished, and we were driving back to the temple, and we got into the precincts of Los Angeles, and we saw this building. It was the biggest, tallest, at that time, the tallest building in Los Angeles. Now they have many big skyscrapers. That there was a law that you couldn't build anything more than 12, I think it was 12 stories high at that time. So the tallest building was that of the newspaper called the Los Angeles Times. But it was Saturday night and nobody was there, and the building was almost completely dark. So we drove into the basement car park, and there were a few cars there, and there was one man in a kiosk. It was sort of like the guard, or the one person who was watching over the things. So we asked him if we could find a reporter, and he said, "Well, there's no one working today. It's a Saturday night, and no one worked even Saturday day. You can try to find a reporter if you want. You can go up to the 4th floor." So we, on the off chance, we took the lift up to the 4th floor, and when we got out, we saw a big room. It was about maybe 3 or 4 times the size of this temple room, full of empty desks, and there was nobody working, except there was one desk that was manned by a person. So we went up to this person. And we were in disguise, of course. We weren't wearing devotee clothes, and we were wearing wigs and all sorts of things. So we started to talk with him, and his name was Michael Levitt. And he said that he knew our lawyer on a first-name basis, but he was working at the Los Angeles Times as a reporter to earn some income, because there was very little effort, or very little effect of getting a position as a lawyer. So he said, "Well, that's a very interesting story." He said, that might even be a story for this newspaper. He said, "Well," and then he gave us his card, and we left. And then we drove back to the temple. And the temple was only about 20 minutes away. So we felt that our mission had been accomplished, because at least someone was taking interest in it. Someone in the media was taking interest in it. So we got back to the temple, and then and spent the night there. And then this vigilante thing was going on all the time. So the next morning there was a meeting of the book trust people. Every Sunday morning they had a meeting in a very well appointed room. And when there were about 6 people there, there was the production manager, and there were a lot of books being produced in Los Angeles at that time, of Prabhupada's books. Even the Srimad Bhagavatam was being produced volume by volume. So when the head of the temple, who was also a member of the book trust, told the devotees that one of their members had been kidnapped and out in Arcadia, then the whole thing started to turn, about the book production, started to turn into a, what are we going to do about this person that's been kidnapped? And this whole, and then we said, well, what should we do? What can we do? Maybe we can protest. So we phoned our lawyer and asked him if we could stage a protest and have picket signs. And he said, could we walk up and down in front of the house? And he said, well, you can walk up and down in front of the house. There's no sidewalk there. The lawn goes directly to the curb. So he said, well, you can do it. It's completely legal. If you walk close to the curb, you can have your picket signs, but it's completely legal. So we summoned the people in the art department, and this whole session turned into a thing of making picket signs made of red and white letters. And being artists, they knew exactly what to do, and they wrote slogans like, "What's happening to Mrs. K? Are her parents kidnapping her, or where's her religious freedom?" There were several people, and at about 8 or 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, it was quite early, it was before that, it was closer to 7 o'clock, some of the people in Arcadia had woken up because it was a Sunday morning, and they saw this picketing going on in front of a house that was nearby theirs, and they started scratching their heads and wondering what's going on here. They'd never seen picket signs, they'd never seen Hare Krishnas before, and these were in the early days of Hare Krishnas, and they didn't even know what a Hare Krishna was. So then later on, the same reporter, the same person that we talked to at the Los Angeles Times turned up. He came to he found out where it was, and he was with a photographer, and they took pictures of the protest going on. And these pictures had appeared in the Los Angeles Times Monday newspaper in a very prominent. It was a fairly big picture showing these devotees protesting, and there was an article that he wrote explaining that there was some unusual thing happened in Arcadia, California. And so then then the shift of the head of the temple and I had come back. It was our turn, and at about 12 o'clock on Sunday Sunday noon, a plainclothesman said. He said, well, I was a detective for the Boston police. Boston is quite a ways away. It's about 4,000 kilometers from Los Angeles on the other side of the country, for those of you who don't know. And he said that, and the police had driven by a few times and kind of given us a sign. They said, well, you're not doing anything illegal, so we're not going to arrest you. And then they drove by again and again and again, and each time they had grown quite friendly, but they didn't arrest us, because they couldn't. And so then a detective came along, and we told him the whole story. And he said, well, I used to work for the Boston police, and they fired me because I was too much of a radical. But now that you've told me this story, I'm going to find out what's really going on. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. And so we felt that we not only had an ally in the media, but in the police force. So then he disappeared, and we didn't see him. What actually had been going on, we found out later, was that they spirited her out the back door and drove up to another city about 50 kilometers north of Los Angeles. The city was called Calistoga, Santa Ynez, and the area was called Calistoga. And the parents had hired these two sort of women from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. It's also on the other side of the country. It's a very long ways. And they paid for them to fly out to Los Angeles and to try to talk some sense into their daughter, who they thought had gone off the rails. So they blindfolded her before they got out of the car, and they took her to this house that was a house of some distant relative. And the two deprogrammer girls were in the house already waiting. And they for several days they tried to convince her that Krishna consciousness was kind of a bogus philosophy. It was a dangerous cult, and that she should give it up. And this went on and on. And finally, she said, "There's no way I can convince them unless I tell them that I agree with them. That yes, I'm now deprogrammed. I'm through with the Hare Krishnas, and that's it." They were absolutely adamant, and they wouldn't even let her go to the toilet by herself. They would accompany her. They were just very, very cruel. And finally, she realized, she was a very intelligent woman. She said, "Okay," he said, "you're right. And now I just have to get outside for a little while to clear my head." And somehow or other, she convinced them that she was going to give up Krishna consciousness. So as soon as she got out of sight, out of the house, because she hadn't really given up Krishna consciousness, she made a run for it. and the first thing she ran into was a road, a country road, and she saw coming in the distance a police car, and the police saw her coming onto the road, this young girl, and one of them said to the other, he said, "Did you see what I saw? That was a young girl walking up the road on the road. Let's go find out what was happening." So when the car started to come closer to her, she dove into the nearest ditch. There was a ditch alongside the road, but the police were adamant, and they found her. They pulled her out of the ditch, and then she told them the whole story. So she said, and they somehow or other they believed her more than that she was actually a kidnapped person. So they took her to the police station, but before they took her to the police station, they asked her if she could, what did she want to do? And she said, "Well, I want to make a phone call to my temple and tell them that I've escaped." So she went into another strange house and asked them if she could use the phone, and they didn't have any idea who she was or why she was there, and she didn't know if they were in on the whole thing. But she took a chance, made a telephone call to the head of the temple, and told them that she had escaped. And by that time, the police had completely been convinced, and they thought they should help her. So they took her to the police station, and they said, "Well, you have to stay in police custody for the next 24 hours because that's just the rule." So they took her to the police station, and somehow or other, I don't know if it was their airplane or if it was an airplane that belonged to the Los Angeles police. It was a private plane, a Cessna, whatever it was, 21, and they flew her down to Los Angeles. And she arrived and by the time they got there, it was nighttime. It was getting dark. It was a Monday night, and but we couldn't see her. We could just see her from a distance, but we weren't allowed to speak with her or to have any conversation with her. And finally, the police released her, and she came back to the temple. And then there's more to the story, but I'm not going to tell it all now. And it's something that you'll find out later. So I'll read the verse again. By penance only one can even approach the personality of Godhead. By penance only can one even approach the personality of Godhead, who is within the heart of every living entity, and at the same time beyond the reach of all the senses. I just want to add that this deprogramming movement has died down quite a bit since then. It's in California, the Hare Krishnas almost are completely accepted, but not completely, but somewhat more. Any comments or questions, or does anything we've read just stimulate any thought? Apparently, yes.
So, thank you, Marge. We hear that the material world is a place of envious souls who reject Krishna and so on, and so therefore a spiritual movement, a Vaishnava movement within the material world is bound to, get negative reactions from those who reject Krishna. So I get that. At the same time, we know now that some individuals, or we the devotees made mistakes in the pioneering stages of our movement. And so my question is, Maharaj, if we had to redo it again, with your wisdom, what do you think we could do differently so as to not perhaps get as antagonistic reactions, some warranted, but some perhaps justified, from the general public?
Well, I guess it depends on where you are. I mean, in France, for example, the people are very negative towards the Krishna consciousness movement, but in Southern California, they're very positive about it. And in other cities, in New York City, actually, there's a very positive element. There's also a lot of enemies in the New York City. Prabhupada entered one lecture in 1977 by saying there's a lot of enemies out there. And the very last thing he said in the lecture was that, and Johnny Walker is still going strong. But people and there was uproarious laughter because people were wondering, what does a sadhu have to do with Johnny Walker, which is a whiskey? And apparently Prabhupada saw some kind of an advertisement somewhere, maybe in the New York subway, about Johnny Walker whiskey, scotch or something like that. So the point is that there was a very antagonistic element going on at that time. And I don't think we would have done anything really different, even if we had known that eventually the people of California would be more accepting towards the Krishna consciousness movement. And we even filed lawsuits against the people who did the kidnapping. And one of them resulted in a $17,000 award that the parents, the kidnappers, had to pay. So they were punished, and they in a very kind of unhappy way, they realized that what they did was wrong. And of course, since then, there has been some reconciliation between Mrs. K, who is still a devotee, or still, living with her fiancé under the same roof. And there's been some kind of reconciliation. The godbrother, who was very inimical, has got separated from her sister, and she even had a reconciliation with the sister and the parents, and the whole thing was mitigated in that way. So the point is that we have to fight fire sometimes with fire, and it's necessary to be accepted. Yeah, it's actually necessary. There was one incident where Prabhupada was in Ahovalam. It's where there are a lot of Nrsimha temples, and he said that this ruin, he pointed it out to Prabhupada. Prabhupada was there with him, with Jayadvaita. He said, I want to take a picture of this ruin and put it on Back to Godhead, and we can say that this building was the original palace of Hiranyakashipu. Can I do it? And Prabhupada didn't answer. And then a little while later, Prabhupada said, I don't think it's a good idea. He said, I don't want to get involved, because he said there's a lot of people that think Nrsingadev's original palace was not in that location. And why should we get involved in anything controversial? And there was another incident that happened when Prabhupada was there. Now, this happened after Prabhupada, but there's a temple in a place called Udupi in western India. And there's a goshala right inside the temple with cows inside the temple. And it's a big temple, so there's room for a goshala there. And people of India they're not so worried about everything being perfectly clean. So a lot of people would come to that temple just to feed the cows. They were little cows. They were about 1.5 meters tall, and they were a different color. Most of them were black. And so there was a big protest in that city against these, saying that these weren't real cows. That to be a real cow, you had to be a Bos Indicus or a Gir cow or Indian cow, those with the big humps like they have in northern India. And that's still going on, as far as I know. And they had billboards, hoardings they call them in India, and they were staging protests, and they were marching, and they were carrying banners and protesting. And Prabhupada never got involved in that controversy. He never even mentioned it, because we think that the Lord Chaitanya was born in Mayapur, under the jackfruit tree in that place. But there's some people that say that he was born in another place, and they're very convinced about it. But Prabhupada he never even touched on that controversy. So the point is, sometimes we have to fight, sometimes we have to just tolerate, depending on the time of day and the place and the country. So I don't know if it's a kind of a question that one could spend several lifetimes answering, but that's basically it. Any other comments or yes? Waiting for the microphone.
Hi, Krishna Maharaj. I was watching Jayadvaita Maharaj's video on remembering Srila Prabhupada yesterday, and he was saying how Prabhupada said just to be yourself in Krishna consciousness. And I was wondering, how do you know when you're acting on a point of just your false ego, or if you're acting on a point of your own individuality for Krishna consciousness?
Well, I ask all of my disciples, and even friends of my disciples, even people that I know, if they can read every day at least 30 pages of Prabhupada's books, because without that knowledge, it's impossible to be 100% convinced about Krishna consciousness. I mean, there's even instances of people who were involved in one of the ashrams here who left after 2 days because they had succumbed to a propaganda effort on the part of the vegans, and they had reached Los Angeles, and they were propagating the idea that you shouldn't drink milk, and that only milk from a human mother is legitimate for humans, and that sort of thing. But it had been admitted that they weren't very conversant with Hare Krishna philosophy and that they weren't very regular in reading. So the point is that if one is convinced about Krishna consciousness, either through reading or through association with senior devotees or both, one can be convinced about Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is for me and it's right. And even though there's a lot of objection, there may even be a lot of inimical feeling, it doesn't matter because we're convinced that we're doing the right thing. And that's why Prabhupada said that if you're convinced about Krishna consciousness, philosophically, or for whatever reason it is, then that's what you have to stick with. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it actually answered one of my other questions that I had, so that was nice.
Anyways, the point is that if we're serious about it and we stick with it, we'll find that I think it was a German philosopher named Schopenhauer who said that every truth begins with opposition, and then there's begins with ignorance, ignore it, and then it becomes opposed, and then it becomes accepted. So I think we're in the sort of somewhere in the second or between the second and third stage. Somewhere we're completely accepted, in some places we're opposed, depending on where we are and what we're doing. So that's why we have to stick with Krishna consciousness. I mean, that's one of my advice is to stick with it. Don't leave it. And in Nectar Devotion, it's described what a second-class devotee is. A second-class devotee, according to the philosophy, is one, or a third-class devotee is one who can be convinced by a very convincing argument about something that's not Krishna conscious. But a first-class devotee is never convinced by that sort of thing, and even can convince other people that they are wrong, that they have to believe in God, they have to be theists, they have to be Krishna conscious in order to be happy. So everything is depending very much on time, place, and circumstance. Yes? Make sense? Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll end at that point. Hare Krishna. Thank you.